Good morning, hello, and welcome to this coverage of the 2024 Chess Championship of the Liberia Chess Federation. We are live from the headquarters on 9th Street in Cinco. Today is tie-break day for the settlement of the women match, which in the earlier full game apiece. We have this very interesting and grueling match between defending women's champion Georgina Sackie and the challenger Abigail Karyah. We play 8 games between Sunday and Wednesday, and we could not find a winner. So today is a day for settlement, and we have the games already started. We have Georgina Saki playing white in game one of this match. This is now a shorter version. They are playing just 4 games in this tablet. We expect it to be interesting because most of the time these two players meet. We get to see dominating performance from Georgina Saki with shorter time control, even against male players. So this is why a lot of people are betting for Georgina Saki, and they did not expect her to do so well in the classical edition. So right now is advantage Georgina, and Abigail needs to prove that, like Georgina did in the classical session, by being neck to neck with her on the scoreline. She too has made some adjustment with fast start control. So we go strictly to the game because the players have already started making moves, and games are shorter today. So we're going to spend more time with our live feed and less time with the analysis book because it's going to be difficult to move between the two screens and present to you what is happening. Once we have time, if they are going through some deep think, we will go through the moves and try to explain to you some of the things that are happening. So today we see the same opening system from Georgina that she adopted since game 3 of the 8 game match. Instead of playing the default opening, which they have switched to since the training, she decided to go with the default opening. So we will switch quickly here while they are still settling for the the opening segment of this game one in this full game tie break rapid. They are playing at a time control of 15 plus 10 seconds increment. So the time is short. The increment makes it interesting. With 10 seconds, uh, every 6 moves you gain a minute. So it's short time to start with, but the more moves you make, the longer the game gets. So I think that adds an extra layer of intricacy to what they are dealing with today. So we will switch to our goal here while they're thinking and just go through the moves they have made so far. And we see E4 from Georgina, C6, D4, D5, E5 from Georgina, extending the pawn. Bishop, they've played the system, I think, about twice. I can recall the score now, but Bishop to F5, and in the previous game we saw an immediate G4 from Georgina, but here we see Bishop D3, Bishop takes Bishop, Queen takes, then Abigail play E6, 8 TD from Georgina. This is the difference between the last time they played something similar and when Georgina played ATD. We had early FTD push from Georgina, which made the queen H4 check possible, followed by a capture of a pawn on E4, and then the rook was hanging, which Abigail didn't take, and obviously she lost that game and regretted her decision not to collect the rook. So we have C5 from Abigail, C3, Knight C6, Knight F3, Queen B6, B4. This is bold. Capture on D4, turn of the favor, and A6, Knight C3, Knight G E7. This one is a new game now. We've not seen Knight G E7 in any of the games we played before. So we go to Bishop D2, Knight to F5, Rook to D1. The game is getting more and more explosive and interesting now. So at this point, we switch to our camera view so we get to see what is happening, and we don't want to miss any of the live action. So maybe at some point we get Ken Onakweti to join us. But I want to check out a cable in the hall, so I will just go on a quick break while you follow what is happening via the live camera feed. It's Georgina Sackie playing white and Abigail Karyah playing black in this Karukan defense that we have already seen from them in their 8 game match that ended 4 games apiece. So we leave you with this and we go and do some technical adjustment while you enjoy the game from the live broadcast, the live camera feed. Okay, we are back, and sorry for this long break. We had to do some technical adjustment in the back, and we do have some journalists here who want to also cover the game via the live social media broadcast. Well, I guess you've been enjoying the move so far. As we see, first thing you must notice in this game, unlike the classical games they play, the clock is now playing an elevated role. During the first match, the 8 game match, the clock was a part of it, but now the clock is even more relevant, it's even more of a factor. So if you notice, you see pieces trapped on the one side of the ball, playing mostly mediocre defensive roles. And on the king side of the ball, the lone king for Abigail playing black is stuck on the open G5, and you can see the rooks preparing to line up, and the other pieces are not probably not going to be in time to participate in the defense. To find a solution from this for this setup, you need time, and time is what she doesn't have, which is not something strange to us. We know she struggles with shorter time control, unlike Georgina, who thrives in this situation. You can see Georgina has a big lead on the clock. It's like 2 to 1 ratio, and this is what we're going to see throughout these games in this 4 game rapid playoffs. Well, we can look at the analysis board briefly while Abigail is thinking and see how far we've come since we left the game before going to break. Uh, let's take a look at the moves so far. I think we left the game. Okay, we passed the opening phase. We saw all these exchanges up to the exchange of points. Yes, the exchange of coin happened here, and now this is the first critical position in the game. Abigail captured with the pawn without really calculating how far ahead that pawn was situated on the b5. D5 pawn is now causing the knight to be stationed on a7. So there was three on the king side of the board. What I don't understand is this uh, placement of the rook on c4. The c4 rook is meant to put pressure on the d4 pawn, but the moment the knight leaves, this bishop is defending this pawn, so there's no need to invest too much time in that. She did take some time to invest in that, and I see the g5 is open, and the knight finally let go of the defense of the pawn, and it must play a role in defending on the king side. However, the only good thing in the structure for her, the opponent bishop is praying that one day this long diagonal will be open. But for now, the diagonal is shut down. So maybe there is time for the knight to rewrite itself and sit on g6. Perhaps that's why the pawn sacrifices are about. Other than that, it will be a bad move trapping the rook. The rook needs to drop back and participate in the defense. So I will move the rook first before moving the knight. Drop the rook back to c7, take it to g7. Then you can remove the knight, give away the pawn, and bring the knight on the king side of the board. Maybe closing this f5, because the f and the g5 open. These rooks are coming into the game with force. So let's see how Georgina handles this. We have the live position on the board. So far, visually, the game looks equal, but Georgina has twice as much time as Abigail, which is an element of winning in a fast chess game. So Georgina is calculating now to take the pawn or not to take the pawn. What do I lose? For instance, if you just went ahead and grabbed the pawn, You must be able to calculate the result of this setup. Luckily, you have a rook that can drop back to f2, rook f2, saving your bishop. And once you take, rotate, and now you have the discovery here. The knight is going to capture this, and you cannot take back because your king is seated on the pin of the bishop. So that is the compensation Abigail will get if she loses the pawn. But Georgina is statically gifted. Her games are based on tactical spots. So we expect her to see this and not to take the pawn, to continue instead with, no, she will not take the pawn, to continue instead with the check on the king and then planting the rook on the second rank. So we expect to see a move there. Rook to GTD. Let me just play. You see, rook to GTD. Check. It's forced for the king to go in the corner. Followed by, no, followed by rook to F7, and which will be followed by rook to G7 to put pressure on the king here, which will be close to game over if that structure hits the board. So in response to rook to C7, Abigail will be forced to play the knight back. And if you just foolishly continue with your plan, then you lose the rook for a knight, which is not going to happen. No one does that. So at this point, we expect a move like, yeah, a move like saving the rook. Any move that saves the rook here will be fine. In that case, you will see moves like rook capture. And if there is a check here, oh, this will be checkmate. So you wouldn't do that. Uh, let's see. When I create moves here, it will come back, attack the rook, and the rook needs to find somewhere else to go. And maybe you can now challenge the rook that is here. You do at the cost of a pawn, which is still no problem because saving the king is the ultimate objective of the game. And this game is already getting too ugly for black. So the good thing is Georgina has time to calculate all of this. And she's using part of the time now. As you can see, quickly the time is closely equalizing. She's calculating whether or not to take the pawn and what happens there. Plus, she has to evaluate the rook check. Oh, she smartly did not take. She did not take the pawn. She came back with a knight because she sees that there are things happening on this side of the board that she needs to pay attention to. The last game she lost painfully, game 3, was through a nasty pin that came on the same d4 pawn from this bishop, but at that time the bishop was seated on a7. So she remembers that, so she does not want any complicated line that will lead to the king sitting on the diagonal of the bishop. So this is called learning lessons the hard way. But now she has dropped a pawn because, no, not a pawn, because if you went ahead for the tactics to capture, let's say Abigail capture, the pawn takes, you collect the rook. But Georgina has the option of first providing some kind of check, but where would the check be? Okay, so they didn't play that. They didn't play that. Abigail didn't see that. She went for liquidation of the pieces instead. Because for me, this was an opportunity to grab a pawn. But where they are now, they are thinking about other moves than just pawn grabbing. So Abigail went for the check instead of collecting the pawn. For me, I was hoping that you go for the pawn, you set yourself up for the chance to reposition your knight on g6. But no, she went directly for the tree of rooks, and now the knight is coming into play. Uh, We have to pay attention to the clock here now. We have 3 to 5 minutes. The game looks balanced on the surface. I think moves here should be moves like rook to f5. If you can find rook to f5 quickly, you play it. If you can free your king, you let it out of this box because this rook is coming anytime soon. This rook is coming. You need to decide what is it your knight is going to be doing because the bishop is doing nothing already. And you also need to consider the fact that this knight is coming with check. So you don't want to check on the other side of the board, which will force you into the corner. So this bishop will be thinking about rewriting itself now. So I see, okay, she went for the rook to f5 idea, and she lost the rook to tactics. Oh, no, Georgina didn't play that. Okay, Georgina didn't play that, surprisingly. My God, what is going on? Because Georgina is capable of playing these kinds of tactics. Where did she play? Oh, she didn't play to f5. F5 would have lost it. So she played to f4. And now the check is on the board. Knight to f6 check. You definitely need to move fast now because uh, let's assume you play king to g7, you lose the rook. So king to g7 can't be in your calculation. You play king to h8, the rook is coming, and you will be checkmated very foolishly. So no, you have something to defend yourself. Check if you went on the side, it's okay. Yeah, so you just need to come out and give away the pawn. But if you want to stick to the pawn, the protection of the pawn, yeah, you have to. Okay, and now she's attacking the rook, which means the rook cannot come on the square to protect anymore. So you can drop back with your king, your no, you can drop back with your rook as far as f1, or you go now to f5, the fact that the king is not in the way, and you start thinking about how to get your bishop and your mana piece in the your other mana piece in the game. Your knight will come in the game, your bishop will come back, but they need to start playing faster now. So now rook to f5 has been played, but it feels very uncomfortable, except that it has an ankle in the pawn that is seated on e6. But these pieces now need to come in again. Part of the reason why the rook and the bishop have been here, they do not want to let this pawn fall. So it's not totally foolish that these minor pieces are here. Also, finally, Abigail grabbed, oh, she didn't go for that long. Abigail grabbed Georgina grabbed the pawn. Okay. And at this stage, it feels like the knight, no, the knight still has an ankle. The rook is coming very shortly. The rook is coming with a check. The rook is coming very shortly. And now I think after this attack on the king, on the rook by the king, oh, the king is going up. Interesting idea from Georgina. Very interesting idea from Georgina. Now you have to stay aggressive because the king will keep being attacked by the rook from the back. And if you're going to carry your king up, beware that the bishop is coming in the king via tempo. So there's a lot there to pay attention to. Georgina has a pass pawn on the h5, and then Abigail is down to 1 minute. Georgina has 4 minutes. So it's going to get very uncomfortable unless you play quickly and regain time. So she went for a tempo gaining move with an attack on the bishop that is on d2. Or let me see if we can switch view here. Okay, you still have our live camera view and the both view, so we can manage with this. And Georgina is now uh, pressing for a win because the king is advanced. You can trade a rook now if you like with a check, and then you push for the promotion of your. This no, she didn't go for the trade. She removed her bishop. But I would think that she's going for the trade of her rooks to, I mean, solidify her game. But she said no. She dropped back, and I think that was a missed opportunity. That was a missed opportunity, and now she dropped a pawn because in defense of the bishop, she dropped a pawn. So the bishop cannot come in again because the knight is free to take at least a pawn, and the rook cannot do so much in defending that pawn that is on the pawn that is on b4. She cannot do much in defending the pawn, and now the rook is no longer where it needs to be to control the cutoff of the king. The king is on the bigger side of the board. Pawn is about to drop on c4, so you must find a way to defend that pawn. And you cannot simultaneously defend the pawn from b1 and protect the bishop. So, in any case, that pawn is going to fall. What is the counter-attacking chance here that Georgina has? The pawn that is on the h5. If this pawn can start going immediately, Abigail will consider putting a piece behind A, at least for sacrifice. Okay, now Georgina found the idea. The pawn is marching down the board. You just it's like life. You cannot sit back and wait and pray for things to happen. You got to take some action. So now you can play some tempo move. The rook is in time to collect this pawn at any time. So you can capture the pawn on b4 and play your knight in front of the rook. Hope for a check here. No, Abigail is afraid of that pawn. She's moving on that backwards instead of collecting the pawn. She's moving on that backward to take care of that pawn problem quickly, maybe with a minor piece instead of a major piece. And the bishop must start doing something. The bishop has been seated over there for a long time, and we don't see what the bishop is doing. And this is why we are all very excited about the fast chess version of this the match because it's more interesting. You see more mistakes. You see ideas here. Now I can see on the live camera here we have 30 seconds for Abigail and 3 minutes for Georgina. So you need to find your ideas quicker. She had a simple idea of first clearing the pawn from b4 and start pushing her pawn and doing a counter threat because without a counter threat, you're going to only lose on time. There's nothing that worries the opponent. So she managed to freeze the potential check from the rook. But what this has done is the fact that you no longer have uh, a, a way for the rook to cut off the pawn from behind, or let's say from the front, from her perspective. However, she's threatening to take the pawn on d4 via some exchange. The bishop takes, the king takes, then that's a rook that can now help you to control some activities on the other side. And with that, you can now Well, we are sorry for the power outage situation that just happened, especially at a critical moment in game one of this match. I can hear now announce that game one has ended. Georgina leads 1-0. For the first time in this match, Georgina is in the lead. In the eight-game match on the classical segment, Georgina was the one struggling to come from behind. And she did that in spectacular fashion. She went down 3-0. She came back, even the score 3-3. She went down 1-0 with just one game to go, and she even scored 4-4. Now she's in the league. We're in the segment that favors her, the fast start control. She's one of the fastest chess players. I think by rating, if we even check the rating, she should have a better rapid rating than Abigail and as well as most of our uh, players in the country, whether male or female. So we expect her to be in the lead in the segment. If they ever get to Blaze, it will even be more likely that she will win either on the goal via tactics or on time. So our arbiters are setting up because we have problem with the transmission due to the power outage. That's game one. We're going to play game two after a few minutes rest from the player by the players. The players need to take time to reassess, and this is an interesting time because once you are down in the match for the first time after playing eight games in which you never went down and you are in a new time control, you have to rethink, reassess, and even possibly reconsider your opening choices because you are playing a different kind of chess. Think about it. You play, let's say you play badminton, you play table tennis, and you play lawn tennis. They are all sports that require you batting something to the opponent and coming back. Or they got different set of rules and different tactics, especially between table tennis and lawn tennis. You do a lot of running over long distance with lawn tennis, and with table tennis, you got short distance to cover, but very quick reflexes. So they are not the same sport, but in chess they look the same visually, but the ideas and the considerations are completely different. So if you are not quick enough to switch from a classical game mindset to a speed chess game mindset, you're going to lose very easily. So let me see if I can reconnect to our video mixer and get the live board out there. Yes. Okay, we do have our live ball from the playing room, which is a good distance away from where we are doing this media broadcast. We can see that the players have gone to recess. The ball is set for game two when Abigail will be playing white. As we said, the key element in this game, which was not in the classical segment, is the time. Clock was there, but clock was not so big of a factor. Now the clock is playing a permanent role, and we saw Abigail missing numerous opportunities due to the time pressure. So let's go back to the game. Let me see if I can share here to get to that. First, I need to get my extra camera back. Okay. And with that, I can now go to the game. We see how it ended. I'm sure because R2 went off. There were runners coming from all over the place. So our broadcast went as far as this point because once the current goes off, we lose internet transmission as well. So we saw this pawn marching down the ball. We said yes, this pawn was going to be a factor. That's why she needed a counter threat on the opposite side of the ball. But Abigail missed the opportunity here when she focused on avoiding the check that was coming from the opponent. So immediately after any a pawn, check him. The next move was supposed to be collecting of your pawn. If she had collected a pawn in this position after the check, okay, the pawn move, collect your pawn. Forget about whatever else is happening. If the pawn moves again, that will be problem. If the pawn moves again, you are moving in and trying to. There are different ways to clear the pawn. You always have the rook back to a8 and taking care of whatever will be happening on h8. A rook going for a pawn that is about to promote to a queen is something that we do all day, every day. But you now have the chance of giving a counter threat here. So opponent will be thinking about what do I do? This bishop must be constantly protecting the pawn. You have the check coming here. So assuming rook is played in this position, yeah, you don't worry about that. You just step on the side. That's all. If there's a check, which is the major worry for which you rewrite the pieces, yes, you go first with a check. And depending what happens, you can relieve yourself the tension here, and in the end, you have time to collect a piece. You have time to collect a piece. If there's a pin, yeah, you work out of the pin, and you will definitely pick up one of these pieces because you have possibility of capturing. You have check coming, and after the check, you have to take this. That is one of the places where she had a tactical miss. The first error before that is the trading on the C2 square, which was very untimely when she moved her knight after willingly giving her the defense of the b5 pawn. This was a very tricky one because if Georgina had been tempted to take, there was going to be some issues of capture, capture. I mean, check, check. After the check, check, capture, capture, then pawn will take. Pawn take is an attack on the rook. You cannot touch because of the pin, and you get your piece back. You get your pawn back tactically. Plus, the rook that was causing problem here is no longer there. If there's a check, you reposition your knight, and that would be a nice game to play from here. But she missed this. Georgina didn't fall for it. So after she dropped back, it was still playable because the rook on f4 is hanging. That's why you don't float pieces. Floating pieces can become points of attack for your opponent. So capture the she could capture the pawn. If the pawn takes, rook captures rook on f4. If she no, not this. If you take with the knight, and if she wants an intermezzo, this will not work because the knight is controlling the square. If there's a check coming, if there's a check coming via the g to the square first, check. I think you are in time to block it. Yes, you are in time to block it. And if you see a move like this coming to harass the knight, you don't panic, don't leave, just simply pin the ropes. One of them will remain there for you. And now this idea is discouraged. But these things take two two very important elements. Speed chess practice and time on the clock. which you also get from Patterson Speed Chess. So we see this game ended because one player went for tactical opportunities, the other player missed some tactical chances, and there were moments where even after missing these chances, uh, Abigail still had time to recover, but she started to pay too much attention to the clock. So after these captures, I still feel there are things happening here that Georgina missed. But at this point, Georgina should be swinging in first with the rook, with check, and not worry too much about guarding the d4 pawn. But she kept the d4 pawn protected. Abigail came up with rook, which for me was not the right move. At this point, I will happily play to stop, to freeze this pawn. I will start thinking about a move along this flank. But you cannot play immediately because a check collects the pawn if you play h5. So, and you cannot play rook to f5 because knight to h6 is going to check the king and then pick up the rook. So let's show it for those who might want to see it. This will be a blunder. That's why she went for the the f4 square so that there can be no check. And then Georgina went for the check anyway. Abigail went up and the king attacked. At this point, I think it was an even game. Everything should be equal here. Once you can forget about this pressure and try to focus on getting your minor pieces in the game, Abigail will be good, but she dropped the pawn for free, and now came the check, and there's nothing that could be done. All these moves, in my opinion, were just aiding and beating the opponent, as some of our chess friends like to say. Yeah, it was a mistake because she offered a trade of rook here without knowing, because check from Georgina here would have ended the game quickly. You have no way to stop the sparse pawn. Your pieces are all trapped at the back. And the bishop will be freeing itself very soon once the king sits. Uh, no, the king cannot sit there immediately. Yeah, but this trading of rook was going to end the game quicker. So Georgina missed this and made a mistake, dropped the bishop back, and yeah, Abigail equalized by finding the critical move, capture here. At this point, it was equal or winning for black. If only you could just find a way to get in one more step and block any check that is coming with the knight and come on the queen side of the board, trusting that your rook is in time to take care of this pawn, which was the major worry. But she panicked once the pawn moved and she came with the knight. This knight should have remained here and captured the pawn, creating a counter threat. If she had gone with knight capture, pawn moves one more step, capture the pawn moves again will be a blunder because you lose the rook. If you move the rook, say to protect the if you move the rook to protect this, it's still a blunder. You have to find an ID square for the rook. So since this is the checking square, let's just say the checking square is the right square to play on. So you could do a move like yeah, you could do a move that threatens check and also protect the checking square. But then black can start issuing counter check. Check, you drop back, you lose no, you lose this bishop, of course. Yes, but no one is touching this. No one is touching that piece anytime soon. So you, if you like to sit behind the rook, or you even come and challenge the rook from the front. I mean the pawn from the front. You could you could come here and challenge the pawn from the front, capturing the pawn and hoping to promote this. It's a regular idea that people play, but key to sitting on the second rank is to also ensure that you can come and challenge this group. So, but all these things need time, which she didn't have in the end. There were some critical mistakes made. So it was around this point that we lost access to our goal because of the power outage. Yeah, in 9 minutes. Okay, we have about 9 10 minutes to start the second round. So check in, king drop back. No, no, these are analysis. So let's follow the actual game that we played because the pawn on b4 never left the board. This is where I thought, oh, why don't you take it immediately? She had a chance to capture this immediately. Bishop takes, check. Maybe she's afraid of this. But in that case, you still have the time to pass around and okay, try to sit on the pawn or find other ways of defending here. But at least you have a counter punch coming down the throat of your opponent. But that didn't happen, and she she allowed the pawn to go from the square. And for those who don't know, I don't know what happened because we lost access to the ball from here. If you sit behind the pawn at this point, the knight is going to block your access. If you try to do this, the opponent will push your pawn first. And now, if you sit on the pawn, you start to get like something like a match of the king. Where do you go from here? Attack this, check. The king will march up. And at any point in time, you should be expecting the knight to challenge your knight that is defending the square. And this pawn will point, or at least you give up one piece. But we lost access to the board, so we cannot find the rest of the move. And as you know, this is rapid. There's no score sheet to use to update the game. So sorry for that, but in the end, Georgina did win. I think you saw from the live video feed that there was a pawn about the queen on h8 and then a pinning of the bishop with the rook sitting on c8. So all these things happen while we have our live game of feed. So the stage is set for game two, and I think we already have a segment in the hall. Uh, Georgina is in the lead for the first time in this match. We are now in rapid time control. So let's see what Abigail is made of. She lost several leads, including interesting games in which she was easily winning and she lost. And now we want to see being down in the match for the first time. What can she do? Luckily for her, she's playing in two with the white pieces. Why is that lucky? Because we always think that white has a slight advantage from the opening. We still do not understand why up to now white plays first, but that makes a big difference in chess for those who follow the game closely. So we have everything set and ready. We are just giving the players the required break for them to calm down, recess, and figure out what opening they want to play. So in like 5 to 6 minutes, we'll be starting the next game, and we will be back with you as soon as it begins. So let's take a short break and wait for the players to get back on our screen. Yeah, and for those who watch it for the first time, this is the finals of the Liberia National Chess Championship Women Edition. We had 8 games played from Sunday to Wednesday, and they ended 4-4 between defending champion Georgina Sackie and challenger Abigail Karyah. So we need a champion before going to our General Assembly on the weekend. So we had to do tie-break match today, starting with 4 games of rapid at 15 plus 10 time control. If there's no winner, we go to two rapid games, 10 plus 5. If there's no winner, we go to a couple of place games. So, but we think the match will end sooner than that before we get to place time control. Already Georgina is in the lead for the first time, and uh, we think it's going to be an uphill climb now for Abigail, who has always been ahead and has not had the chance to show any combat fight. So if that doesn't happen in game two, if she loses game two, Georgina will only need a draw in game three to be uh, the champion for 2024. That is, she'll be retaining or defending successfully the championship. So we take a break and we will be right back. Stay tuned. Okay, we are back. The break is over. No time for me to even have a water break. The players are back on the board. Abigail with the white pieces, 15 minutes plus 10. Yeah, I don't want Yeah, 15 minutes plus 10 to fight back for the first time in this interesting match. We go to our close up goal before we see the moves to know where we are structure wise. Okay, we think we are in the same Slav territory that they played the last time. We have seen this position before. An early pawn to A, pawn to B, TD by White, and taking care of things on the B and the C file quickly. You will see Bishop to E2, Bishop to D3, and Castle from White. We expect to see that, but how quickly? Okay, there's the Bishop to E2, and now Georgina played a quick H6 and Castle. So these are structures that these two players are very familiar with. So we don't expect them to spend any much time with this. So if they take a break to go into a think, then I will just slow down and switch to the analysis board so we see how the structure ensue. Uh, as things stand, it looks even on the board, even on the clock with 10-second increment. Remember, if we can find 10 quick moves, you get a minute on the clock. So the key is to know your openings, figure out the structure you want to achieve in the middle game, know the kind of end game you want to deal with, and the rest of the way will just be moving out pieces, and in the end game you have time to work with. So if I'm a slow player like Abigail, that would be my strategy. For Georgina, I will be the one taking my time to create problem for you, burning my time on the clock because I'm the faster player. I know how to gain time back when I need it and make you to think and calculate every move. So I think that's what she's doing with her last move here. Let me check the analysis go to see the last move and go to two. Okay, they are at okay now. BD7 was Georgina last move, and Abigail just responded to that with ATD. ATD is saying Bishop must decide where he's going to spend the rest of the time. And here is where the theory is very interesting. Should you push B4 in response to Bishop A5, or do you stay where your pawn is and keep it there under the protection of the queen? I think most players will push b4 like Abigail did. You shift the base of your pawn chain on the tear rank. And now is all about keeping that base protected. If you can protect the base of your pawn chain, you are okay. The other pawn chain starts from where you see the king sitting on the f2 square all the way running to the c5 square. So these two bases will be the targets of black, how to undermine the pawn structure. Also, I think we need to switch to our analysis board here because the players are going to be slowing down now so we can see some of the moves from the perspective of our board. Let me switch here quickly. Okay, first of all, let's see how they arrive at this structure with the Slav. Abigail now they plays one d4. We all know d5 from Georgina, c4. Proposing the Queen's Gambit decline or accepted. No, Georgina switch it to the Slav variation with c6. Now not c3, not f6, not f3, e6, going into a familiar variation which brings the bishop to b4, the queen to a5, all mounting pressure on the c3 knight. So these are things they have seen before. There are several ways to do it. Some play queen to b3, some push b3, some people they play queen to c2 and bishop can to d2. But they have played this over and over, and they played several games at the World Olympia last year. So yeah, they don't think much. They know what to play. It just depends on the line you want to play in a particular game. All of them are safe. So Abigail played E3. Bishop came as expected to B4. Bishop D2. A. This is the one I don't understand. A6 is A6. Expected in this case? Yes, perhaps because you know at some point the bishop will need a corridor for escape, and you don't want your bishop trapped or forced to take the C7 square that could be for the queen. So Abigail went with the formula B3, protecting the exchange that may happen on C4 if you don't want to put your bishop there. Then the queen came, queen C2 as expected. Queen dragged back, loss of tempo, but in speed chess, this is strategically important because you gain the 10 seconds. Shifting your pieces back and forth or altering the pawn is important. It's a strategic move. Not to, we cannot call this a blunder or loss of tempo yet. Yeah, I was expecting Georgina to capture or immediately retreat with the bishop, but she played yeah, H6. H6 is the saying I don't want my knight to be a liability, and I don't want to encourage you casting. I want my knight to be able to freely move the board at any time. So if the knight leaves the H6 points of liability, and when you castle, you have to keep eye on that. So Abigail castle, Georgina castle, and now the pawn closes the one of the escape path of the bishop, and knight came out now BD7 is A3. Bishop went to a5 and b4. Then we saw a quick a4. A4 is expecting to play a5. So my guess here is Abigail will want to play a5 first. But you have to solve your problem here, otherwise you lose a piece. So you either capture, or you drop one of the minor pieces back. So she did capture, not capture. Knight didn't capture here, and I think she wants to trade a nicely developed knight for a bishop that is not doing much yet, and use the turn to play a5 first. Also, she needs the option to play f4 and to start building on the f5. So knight took the bishop, queen took, and we saw this from Georgina. And I will expect a quick f4, ignore this bishop, and play f5. Let the bishop be floating in opponent territory. It could be captured. So nope, she went for opening the a5. This is a surprise. Breaking open the a5. Why? Because maybe she needs her knights to be centrally placed and to the structure yet. But I will go for stabilization on the king side. Well, things are stable on the king side, but I will go for attack on the king side. But as we all know, Abigail is not a king side player. Georgina is the one. So she likes to build all the initiative on the queen side. And in the end, you take the advantage from there and come to the king side and win the game. So she's in such a king side and queen side initiatives here, while Georgina, as we expect, will start playing moves to blow things open on the king side of the board. But for now, we don't think trading by Georgina taking rook first was a good way to go, because that would mean Abigail is now controlling, so she move for queen. She doesn't want to open it. So a viable move here could be D7, D6 rather. But what do you do long term with the pawn that is already on C5? That pawn becomes a liability. It must be protected by a piece for a long time. So she's probably calculating uh, pawn takes C6, pawn takes C6, and then you try to reposition your knight. Or is this where she's now considering some motion on the. Okay, she did capture pawn c6, pawn c6. So let's go to the live goal so you get to see this thing in real time as they make the next set of moves. Okay, we see the capture here. Now we have the A and the B files both open. For those who don't know what this means, the rooks are the ones that contest open files, and now the rooks are still on the board. But the bishops that control the diagonal, Abigail has one, Georgina has two, which is an important element in this game. And Instead of trading the rook, Abigail played the rook to a6 as a way of encouraging Georgina to be the first to take. In this case, it's like who takes first gives the opponent the final control of that file. If Georgina captures that rook, the queen takes, and now you have the chance to put your rook at the back, rook from f1 to a1. Now Georgina wants to build pressure on the c. She wants to build pressure on the c file, which is still close. And these are tactics from Georgina going all the way back to the classical segment of their march that I still don't understand. She places her ropes on fires that are still close instead of open fires. If this end up becoming an idea in Abigail didn't go for it because I was thinking you try to trade a queen here. When queen takes, then you go with the knight and you potentially gain a pawn. What is it to fear here? I don't know because you have a tempo gaining move with a check on e7. But no, she didn't go for that. She allowed the pawn to survive. So these little things can come back and haunt you, especially when you're in a tight situation where you are down a match point, you need to score, and you miss your opportunity with these little things happening. Let me go to the next goal so you get to see what we are talking about. Uh, I was talking about the capture, not with the okay, rook capture point 1 year. When Georgina came on the close c5, Abigail should have gone with the knight capture pawn or the queen capture pawn. However, I'm just seeing the tactics. This was a trap. You will lose your queen. If you went for this, your queen is dead. That's why she didn't fall for it. Instead, she played rook to a1. Georgina moved her bishop, and now Abigail went for the exposure. And the threat here is to play knight to b6. And if knight b6 gets on the board, it will be an attack on both the rook and the queen. And in chess terminology, we call this a fork, fork. You have two heavy pieces simultaneously attacked, but you cannot play twice to save them both. So you got to move one and let the other one go. The other thing in this position is if the knight gets here by any means, if the knight gets to c6, one piece will have to be the second to move. So the first piece, which is the more valuable one, will leave. The second one leaving will be giving black a tempo. Okay, so Georgina ignored the threat and traded first on d4. And now we have a situation in which you have to lose a tempo at least. You have to at least lose a tempo because there's no counterpunch here right now. The knight is definitely coming to c6. I mean d6, and then the queen leaves first. The rook leaving will be a loss of tempo, and then you can use that time. Let's see. Let's say when you move a queen, or the Georgina has moved a queen to c7, and the knight will come with an attack on the rook. When the rook is leaving, then you have time maybe to play a bishop to a5, attack the queen. A lot of pressure. Okay, you see Abigail placing her knight there. A lot of pressure will be along that A and the B file. And here we can say in real time is advantage white. For those who don't know, advantage white, but a very slight advantage. So if you are watching the live screen, we don't encourage people to use the chess engine to evaluate position. We want people to think for themselves and discover what is happening on the board. But until you get to understand what chess really is, you want to look at this bar on the side that shows white and black. It shows the changes in the game condition based on how the players are moving the pieces. Now it says it is almost equal, but white has a slight advantage. So Abigail just played a move that was partially inaccurate, and now she got loss of a tempo because the bishop is attacking her queen. She needs to move her queen, hopefully with the three of her queen. But you now must be careful because this queen is trying to restrict you on the diagonal here, and you cannot ignore what is happening here because if a rook lands here by accident or whatever, your king does not have access to the h2 square. That would be checkmate if you don't have the rook at the back. So should we see a tray here? Maybe, maybe not. But I think a tray here will be okay for white to reduce the possibility of tactics. But we saw in the last game of the classical match, okay, she's now going for the tray. If you are watching the live camera action, she proposes a tray on a7, and queen takes a7, rook takes a7. That would be okay. We have seen that already, and it looks like an even game now. Right now, for the match condition, a draw is good for Georgina. You take a draw, the next game you take a draw, and you are the national women champion. So if she draws this one and draws the next game, that's fine. So it's all Abigail who has the pressure on her now to prove the win here. So she needs a win at all costs in one of these games, either this one or the next one, and not to allow two draws. Two draws, Georgina will be ahead. Let me see, two draws will mean uh, two draws at 2 points. No, two draws the game will stay on because it will just be 2 points and you need 2.5. So 2 points will now do it. You need 2.5. So, but you don't allow draw. Eventually, this mini match will be over quicker than you know it. So you have to do something. And looking at the top condition again, it's better now than in the first one, where Abigail was way behind on the clock, and Georgina had all the pressure on her, both on the clock and on the board. In this case, Georgina has anchored her pawn, the base of her pawn chain with the bishop. So it's going to be difficult to attack this pawn because the bishop is here protecting the base. You want to find a way to land a rook down here, but the the bishop is controlling that square, so you might see a move like, well, bishop to knight back. Okay, the move now played by Abigail is threatening to place the knight on c7. Knight c7 will both threaten the rook and the bishop. In that case, she is indirectly attacking the base of the pawn. Why is the base of the pawn important? Imagine removing the pawn from the board. Let's take it and put it somewhere else. What Abigail will have on the C5 is a pass pawn that got just 3 squares to promotion. And usually when people promote, they go to queen. It's the Liberian when you have the opportunity to travel, choose one country to travel to, where will they choose? You know the answer to that. So whenever people have the chance to promote, they promote to a point. So uh, this move you see here, not coming on the edge of the board. In fact, in the corner of the board, which is one of the worst places to pull a knot, is an indirect attack on the pawn that is on c7. As expected, Georgina played the move we thought about, attacking the bishop, and I'm expecting to see a locking up of this position, lock up the position, place the bishop e3 to stop the rook from coming back, and then you can go with the execution of your threat. But at this point, I expect to see check. And what's the counter player? I don't know. So let's see what Abigail found in response to that. Okay, she already played it. Bishop to e3. And now Georgina pawn can or bishop rook cannot go back to defend the base. So how do you protect this pawn base? It's going to be difficult. But who will be the one to capture it? So she's indirectly protecting it by I think protecting the bishop here. So when the knight comes, if certainly is what we expect to see. The knight come, we expect to see the rook capturing, and then you need another piece to come and attack this pawn base. Hopefully, the rook will be in time to save it. If you cannot save this, imagine all of their hopes depending on the fact that you should have transportation to go to Central Morovia. People may not know how important that is. If you don't go to Central Morovia, someone who promises you something, you miss that person is traveling the next day, and the opportunity won't come until after 3 years. So that's how important a simple move or concept like protection of the blockading pawn can be. If you can stop your opponent from getting to this pawn, the game is done because this pawn is going to march down the board. This knight will be struggling to defend everything. This other pawn will drop, and in the end, the game will be won because of these two pawns. But if Georgina can save this pawn, try to get her king involved through some mean. Okay, now we see Abigail trying to go for trick here. Check. Trying to go for trick. Oh, now we get the trading of the rook. Is she a trade of the rook? Not really, but she will place the end again. She's trying to force the passage of the pawn because if the pawn cannot pass through the c pawn, it stay there. Okay, you can remain there. But if we trade on the b file, I'm going to still have the same pass pawn on the b file, which is even better because you don't have a dark square bishop that can cut me off. Yes, I respect the fact that you have a knight that can drop back and control the promotion square. But in any case, you got to tell me who is now going to protect this pawn. Because here, if you refuse to trade, you come back with your bishop. I am coming with my knight. And with this knight, you have to relinquish something. I capture your bishop, you take with the pawn, I pass my pawn, and that's the end of the story. So as things stand, if you look at the sidebar, the engine is saying the game is equal. So Georgina said, no, I am not going to worry about that trade. I need my rook on the board. This is the critical mistake Abigail made 2 nights ago when she traded all her pieces in her endgame with pawn stay on the board. I guess for the rest of her life, she will learn that lesson. You don't trust minor pieces to draw games. You keep your pieces on the board if you want to draw, and that's why Georgina is doing that. She doesn't want to make the mistake Abigail made the other night to give her that critical win to tie the match 4-4, which means we are here today because of that mistake. So she's trying to keep all the pieces on the board. That's why she's declining the trade. But as things stand, Georgina is successfully defending the pawn. As we said, Abigail is a queen side player. When we say queen side, we mean the side of the board where the queen sits initially. This side of the board. The queen sits on D1, the white king sits on E1. So this side of the board here on the right is the king side. This side of the board on the left is what we call the queen side of the board for those who may not know the geometry of the chessboard. So Abigail is the player who puts immense pressure on the left side of the board. Whether you're king there or not, there are problems. So it's like you have a country, the capital is in Morovia. You don't need to attack the capital to be successful. You can start from Bakudu, you can cross from the Lofa border, you can start from Papo. You start mounting pressure there, the government will be forced to respond. And when things get bad over there, it will collapse until people in Morovia will start feeding the pressure. That's how she plays. So you see, since Georgina King went and castle on G8, it hasn't moved. But if you check her heart rate right now, it's beating so fast because threats are happening on the side of the board where the king is not situated. It's now affecting her state of mind, it's even affecting the way she's responding to moves. So you don't have to physically attack the person in order for you to harm that person. Sometimes you come in the in the yard in the middle of the night, you bust a car windshield, that's problem for the person to solve the next day. You go on the person farm, you cause problem there, they call the person, oh, well, things happen here, that problem in the lab. So all these things are things we don't like children to get to understand. We say, well, just focus on the chess, don't think about the the human application of these very strange moves that we see on the chessboard because uh, they can be counterproductive for some young people. But we stay in the realm of sports, so we like to describe this in terms of sports psychology as just mounting immense pressure on the opponent. But this is like encouraging some form of weakness on the chessboard that your opponent will be forced to respond to. So we have seen some moves here. The opponent, Georgina, has found a way to uh, navigate herself from the attention that Abigail is trying to seek on the queen side of the board. So let's go to life conditions. So while I was speaking, couple of moves were played. We saw the attack on the check on the king. The king went to h2. Bishop came. She refused the trade. She came on the side of the board, and then they took the pawn. As we see now, the pawn is free to pass, but where can the knight go? The knight is a bit trapped. So the idea now is to remove your rook from the front of the king, put it somewhere where it becomes a problem, most likely here, and you propose a trade at the time that you like, and in the end you push your pawn. But remember, black has a bishop, and you don't want the bishop to take your pawn. You want the pawn to reach at the back right here and turn into a bigger piece. In this case, a queen. Again, I will ask if you ask. You take a survey of 100,000 Liberians. We have a chance for you to travel somewhere other Liberia. Where do you want to go? What do you think that answer will be? If you know the answer, that's the reason why most chess players, when they have a chance to promote a pawn, they promote to a queen. I don't know whether that survey result will say Holland or Germany, which places that I will call first, but uh, I know other Liberians will think about other places, but we now have a pass pawn problem, and we have three pieces on the board, a rook, which is a heavy piece, and two minor pieces. We call the rook a major piece. The bishop and the knight are minor pieces. So we have a major piece and two minor pieces each. And the goal would be, what do you set up to opponent into pushing your pawn? And we have seen this thing on many occasions. Abigail will have a lead in the game or lead on the clock, and she will make a mistake because she responds to Georgina tactics. So will she convert this? As you can see from the back, white is winning. The white bar is getting. You have to show calm, control your tempo, and convert to a win before you start thinking about the next game. So it's still a long way away from a win because these pawns have now moved. The next pressure is trying to cripple the second pawn or trade the minor pieces off the board. This is where chess can be really interesting because you are doing one thing but trying to make life more difficult for your opponent by doing something else. So we call that in chess terminology the theory of multiple weaknesses. So at this stage, Abigail can capture this pawn with the knight and the bishop take. You can take with the rook. So according to, okay, she's now taking. If you follow in the live camera, the theory of multiple weaknesses say you break someone down by creating many problems for the person. You create the first problem, the person worry on it. You say no, I'm using that problem yet. You go, you create another problem. The person thinking about two problems. Worry that you start utilizing those two advantages. You say, no, 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 I'm not ready yet. These are your issues. You try to create a tear problem to the extent that the person will not even wait for you to use all the weaknesses you created for them. They will just resign, or when you start using them, there will be so much to worry about that the person will end up giving up the game. So we had the first weakness, one pawn. She now created a second weakness, two pass pawn, and to have two pass pawn coming down your throat is not something anyone wants to be in. So we expect a move that white is calculating if black doesn't take will be to bring the knight back, put pressure on the bishop, which is the creation of the tail weakness. You know, it's a theory of multiple weaknesses. Let's say two weaknesses with multiple mean you gotta make it plenty. And it's all in the psychological warfare of forcing your opponent to say, I quit. And this is where we think chess is slightly better than football. Some games we watch in football, we say, oh, the game is done, man. Barcelona already leading Madrid 4-0. We got 5 minutes to go. They're doing substitution. We can't even understand. People will leave the video club, but chess, you don't have to wait for that. You just say, okay, I'm done. It's enough. Yeah, we'll go to the next game. So that's the kind of pressure Abigail is mounting. But another thing again, chess is a game for artists. You see, the bishop here is a white bishop. The bishop Abigail has a black bishop. That's why Abigail is sitting on the dark square. That's why Georgina King is on the left square. Because from a color perspective, and now Abigail is making the same mistake she made the last time by trading. But in the case, it's not bad because you are trading when you have an advantage. In that game, she traded material before an advantage. So she traded the rooks, which looks okay. And now there is no check on either king because they have opposite color bishop. That is important for chess psychology. If you know the color your opponent control, you try to avoid that color. How can we relate this to life? Well, if you know what someone does best and you're in a competition with that person, you try to avoid that particular thing. And this is what you do in chess. Uh, a lot of people in Liberia understand football. Okay, you say this team got a very good goalkeeper, so when in a final match, don't go to penalty because they might, like they say, yeah, maybe that would be an analogy that fits that people can relate to. Okay, Georgina avoids the trade. But how do you start pushing the pawn? You do not want to lose the pawn because the pawns are now the key to winning the game. As you can see, if you are still watching with us, the bar on the side is getting stronger and stronger for white, meaning Abigail is winning. She hasn't won, she's winning. And we just need to patiently watch and see what happens and if she's able to convert this game that should be an automatic win. What is happening? I'm not seeing. Okay, I want to get my studio audience here something to look at. Okay, so Abigail pushed the pawn one square and she's threatening to push it again. But in this case, she's not going to just push it so the bishop can take. She's going to harass the bishop and the knight by pushing the second pawn. That's where the theory of multiple weaknesses comes in. She wants to harass the second pawn, but no, Georgina says you have to push that first pawn and let's get the bishop off the board. Then we deal with the second pawn. So now Abigail has two pieces, Georgina has one, and we have to deal with stopping the second pawn from getting down the board. We expect to see the second pawn in play, and when the two pieces leave the board, due to the power of the pawn, Georgina will have to fight to draw this game uh, the highway. So the bar is even around I think 90 or 95% now. So if Abigail loses this game, it will be like a similar disaster we saw in the match. So she's trying to blockade it, and now the king will get in the game. I think we can switch to our live camera here. We've already understood the basis of what's happening. Let's go to live camera action. Unfortunately, we don't have the overhead camera view of this to see what is happening on the board. But you can see the king coming in. We expect the king to come and harass the knight to take squares away. So to stop that pawn now will be difficult because we expect to see the king walking into. Oh, I expect a check first. Check with the bishop. Okay, we will still see that check at some point in time. Georgina is expected to check too, but where can she check? The dark square bishop. Let's go to our multicam view quickly. The dark square bishop is controlling all of the potential checking squares around the board. We we expect the knight to check, but the knight is running on the square, and now Abigail issues a critical check, which ends the game. That's checkmate. So I think we are seeing the first checkmate in this match. All of the games were ending through examination. This is the first checkmate of all the games they have played. So they have played a total of 10 games, 8 classical games. Am I making a mistake? Was there, Daniel, was there any checkmate in those 8 games they played? I think people resign and again and on time and other happen, but this one is a game based on checkmate. And I think Abigail missed it first. No, she didn't miss it. She put her king into position. Georgina came to f6. Abigail went e6, e5, no d5, and Georgina draws back, and then the checkmate. So this is checkmate because let's go to our live camera view. I mean our analysis board view. This is checkmate because the king cannot go back. The bishop is looking straight through the king with the attack. The king cannot go to g6. The knight controls the square. The king cannot come in front yet because the knight controls the square, and obviously the king cannot come yet. The fellow king is here. So this was a mistake by Georgina, and now we have seen the first bounce back victory from Abigail Kaya, the challenger. These two young ladies are refusing to let go. Abigail wants the crown back. Georgina is saying, no, it's too late. This is my crown. You won it 3 times in a row. I am going to win it 3 times before I give it to you or any other Liberian lady. Well, we're going to see how the intellectual debate ends, but for now, they have to do it on the chessboard. The stage is set now for game three. The score is 1-1. We like so far what we are seeing, and we say, well, this is the best of chess we have in the women's section. Two of the best Liberian chess playing females. There could be some Liberian ladies in the diaspora in the US and Europe who play better chess than these two young ladies, but we are waiting to see them. As of now, from what we see and what we know, these are the best Liberian female chess players in the world. They prove it on the big stage when all of the top players in the world were in Europe, in Hungary. These young ladies battle top countries. They play South Africa, they play the Cayman Island, they play, I think, uh, Guam, they play Nicaragua. They play so many countries where sports development is way ahead of Liberia, and they prove the point. They only started to lose matches when we had some issues going on within the Liberian delegation. So they are not just battling here like local players, or they are good enough to play out there. We remember the score line from Abigail when she scored, I think, 8 over 8 before the loss, and everybody was wondering at the time she was topping the table, the only African player ever to have done that, especially with her rating. And then Georgina sitting on the one, which is so fiery. You meet the best player from every country every day, and she held her ground and finished with similar scoreline, though using different paths. She came back with women feeding master title. So the two players you see, they are both feeding master, and feeding master is the second chess title you get, not the first, and you just 2 steps away from grandmaster. So these two players could be perhaps the first grandmaster we ever see in West Africa. Who knows? Because they have youth on the side, they have energy, they have tactics and strategy for Abigail, and they have the desire and the want of the win. So we only can wish or wonder what the ceiling will be for them. But for now, it's all about settling school on the local stage. But next year, August, September, they will be going again to represent Liberia at the World Olympia, and we are trying to find or to develop two other young ladies, or maybe three, to be playing at that level at that time. In that case, we will be more than sure that Liberia will win its international trophy at at the top stage of world chess. They have won personal accolades. They have put Liberia on the map, but today we see them fighting for individual glory. So we say we are prepared for match game three which will start any moment from now. We want to say thanks to our partner, Orange Money. We are still talking on the issue of cementing the partnership to grow it up to a sponsorship. But for now, we like the affiliation. We say Orange Money is our way of going cashless. We want to digitize our financial transactions in the Liberia Chess Federation. But we are in conversation with Orange Money for some kind of partnership sponsorship. But for now, we like the affiliation. So we want to say thanks there for the branding support. We say thanks to the USMCL for the support and the collaboration we have. Liberia will be participating in League Chess Africa, and League Chess Africa is a qualifier. I mean, it's the 2025 season of a new chess league that will be preparing African countries to decide on the team that will go to the US every year to play in the United States Masters Chess League. They're based in Chicago, Illinois. This year we have Liberia qualified, Senegal qualified, Kenya. In June, we will play in the League Chess Africa season, and from there we will assemble a team based on the performances of the players to go to the United States in August to play in the final edition of the United States Master Chess League. So we want to say thanks for the support to the United States Master Chess League (USMCL) for supporting our National Chess Championship. We also say thanks to Chess RD Chess, the government of Liberia, for the support that we know will come very soon. We want to say thanks to the Ministry of Youth and Sport for being that reliable partner in our land ministry. But the biggest gratitude for now goes to Anthony Kaseko, who is the biggest benefactor so far for this edition of our National Chess Championship. We say we highly appreciate the gesture. We know you are deeply and emotionally attached to chess like all of us, but not all of us are willing to give the financial support and contribution that you've made. Thanks to you, all of these things we are doing are now possible, and we look forward to a tighter relationship, more collaboration with your entity, Leaf Liberia and Facel FC. So on that note, we take a short break, and once we return, we will be with we'll be here with game 3. Georgina Sackie will be playing the white pieces, and Abigail Karyah will be playing the black pieces. So far the playoff match is star 1-1, and we need 2.5 to declare one of these two talented young ladies the winner. Remember, they won 8 games and there were no winner. Now they have 4 games of shorter time control to play, and with the white pieces, each has put a point on the board. So we look forward to game 3, and we'll catch you on the other side of the break.
minds in battle. But chess is more than just a board and 32 pieces. When you play chess, it's a game of kings, legends, and minds in battle. But chess is more than just a board and 32 pieces. When you play chess, your brain lights up. Not just in one area, but across the entire cortex. It activates memory, logic, prediction, spatial reasoning, and even emotional control. It's like a full-body workout, but for your brain. Studies using brain scans show that experienced chess players use both sides of their brain. The left for logic and patterns, the right for intuition and visual thinking. And when you're deep in a game, your brain is doing something remarkable. It's simulating possible futures. Thousands of them within seconds. This isn't guesswork. It's training. And the more you play, the faster and sharper these simulations become. Chess also strengthens the prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for decision-making and impulse control. That's why chess players tend to be more patient, more strategic, and better at planning. It's not about intelligence. It's about wiring. Every game you play is rewiring your brain, one move at a time. And the changes don't stop when you leave the board. They echo into how you think, how you react, how you live. Chess doesn't just change how you think, it changes who you are. Some of the greatest minds in the game have shown both brilliance and breakdown. Like Bobby Fischer, a genius who crushed world champions and later spiraled into isolation, paranoia, and delusion. His mind was unmatched on the board, but off it, the same intensity that made him tore him apart. Then there's Magnus Carlsen. Calm, analytical, emotionally balanced. His genius is quiet, but devastating. He doesn't just memorize positions, he feels the game. And that's a sign of deep neural integration. Chess affects children in a different way. Studies show that kids who play regularly improve their focus, memory, and even math scores. But more than that, they learn to sit still, to think ahead, to lose, and try again. It teaches structure. It teaches resilience. It teaches how to live with consequences, quietly, one move at a time. And in older adults, the benefits are just as powerful. Regular chess playing has been linked to lower risks of dementia and Alzheimer's. It keeps the mind active, engaged, flexible. Because chess isn't static, it's dynamic, and so is the brain that plays it. In a world of distractions, chess gives you clarity. In a world of speed, it gives you patience. And in a world of shortcuts, it teaches you to think all the way through. Chess is often called a war, but the real battle is internal. Every move reveals how you process risk, control emotion, and handle pressure. Every mistake is a reflection of your thinking under stress. Every victory is a reward for foresight, patience, and clarity. Your opponent may be across the board, but the first one you face is yourself. That's why chess is more than a game. It's a mirror. It shows you whether you rush, hesitate, second-guess, or trust your instinct. It shows whether you sacrifice too early or protect what no longer matters. It shows whether you can stay focused when the board changes against you. And that's why chess doesn't end at checkmate. Its lessons spill into everything, from how you handle arguments, to how you plan your future, to how you react when life takes something away. It trains mental endurance. It builds emotional distance, the space between impulse and action. And in that space, real growth happens. Because chess teaches that intelligence isn't just knowing what's right. It's knowing what to do when nothing feels right. When scientists studied the brains of chess masters, they found something unexpected. It wasn't just about IQ or intelligence tests. It was about pattern recognition. Experienced players could recognize complex positions in milliseconds, not by calculation, but by familiarity. Their brains had built a library of intuition. This ability is stored in the fusiform gyrus, a region linked to visual memory and face recognition. Chess players use it not for faces, but for positions. Other studies show that chess improves working memory, especially in children. This is the kind of memory you use when holding a phone number, solving a math problem, or making a quick decision under pressure. It also increases gray matter in the brain, specifically in the frontal and parietal lobes. These areas control planning, reasoning, and sensory processing. And the longer you play, the stronger the effects. Neuroplasticity doesn't stop at childhood. Chess proves that even adult brains can evolve. Some schools now integrate chess into their curriculum, not to create champions, but to train attention, logic, and mental discipline, because a quiet board with 64 squares has more power than most classrooms. It teaches not just how to think, but how to think better. We think of chess as logical, cold, calculated, pure reason. But the best players aren't machines. They're emotional. They feel the board. They know when to wait, when to strike, when to risk everything for one unexpected move. Because chess isn't only science, it's art. Behind every brilliant tactic, there's instinct. Behind every sacrifice, a story. Magnus Carlsen once said, "Some people think that if their opponent plays a beautiful game, it's okay to lose. I don't. I think it's shameful to lose, but it's beautiful to win beautifully." Beauty in a game. The greatest games in history weren't always won by calculation. They were won by creativity, by players who saw patterns no one else did, by those who weren't afraid to lose. And that's what makes chess universal. It's not about talent or tradition. It's about expression. Every game is a fingerprint. Every move a thought made visible. Some people write books, others paint. Some play chess and show you who they are without saying a word. Chess won't change the world, but it can change how you move through it. It sharpens thought, trains patience, reveals character. It teaches you to take responsibility for your decisions and to live with the consequences, good or bad. You can't blame the opponent. You can't blame luck. Only your thinking. And that's why chess is timeless. Because it's not just about pieces. It's about process. In a world that rewards speed, chess slows you down. In a world full of noise, chess teaches silence. And in a world of shortcuts, chess teaches the long game. Every move has meaning. Every game leaves a mark. Not on the board, but on the mind. Because you don't just play chess. You become it. It's a game of kings, legends, and
Okay, we are back with game three of this very interesting mini match, which is to break the tie between our two contenders for 2024 Women's Chess Championship. Playing white here is defending champion Georgina Sackie, and playing black is Abigail Karyah, former champion, but now challenging to regain the crown. The match score is 1-1, and we see uh, they are trying to play very cautiously now because they have two games to go, and 2.5 wins this match. If we have 2-2, then we are going to another tie-break condition. So now we take a close look at the board first to see the setup they have. For the first time, we've seen Georgina Castle long, and we have a structure so the similar to those we've been seeing, and we expecting an onslaught on the king side, which is the kind of chess that Team Georgina likes to play. But what is the motivation behind this idea? We don't know. I see pass pawn on the d5 for Abigail, but the king is still centralized. The king is still in the middle of the board, which is not a good sign for black. But let's see what led to the structure we have. Okay, we expect. I see Abigail touching her king because there is some pending fork on the board. We see Georgina again playing her rook behind fast that are still close. So she expects the fast to open. I still can't understand this new style of play because usually we hear people say play your roles on open fast or half open fast. But Georgina feels comfortable now in this match we've seen so far to play the roles where the fast will open later on, not where they are already open or about to open. So it is a new style of play that engines are suggesting that we are yet to catch up on. Hopefully, we have time to talk to Georgina about this new brand of chess, and she will tell us what's the motivation behind this. But we want to go through the opening as we do now that we are slowing down. We see 17 minutes for Georgina and 12 for Abigail. She's trying to build a lead which will be converted into pressure on her opponent because if the opponent plays slowly, the long time, the extra time can be utilized in the end game when time is getting where time usually gets scarce. So we go to our motor view rule and try to switch to our analysis board and see how we arrive at the current position. How did we get here? So we go to Georgina play one e4 now since game TD of the classical segment, and they go into the Karyah structure with an early exchange on DTD. We saw all these move already in previous games, and this is for me what makes a match more interesting than a tournament. In a match, you get a chance to see something once, see it twice, see it thrice, and you can plan for it, prepare, but also your opponent might change something in it while you are planning to counter that particular idea. So this is a structure we have seen repeatedly, and they either play the Slav or the Karakan from the perspective of black. Uh, White opens with e4, we see the Karakan. If white opens with d4, we see the Slav. So a quick b4 from Georgina, then cd4, not cb4, cd4, cd4, then knight g e7. Knight g e7, clarifying some things. The knight comes up. A5, A6 is required because the knight wants to sit on B5 followed by A4 to protect it, and that knight will definitely leave from B5 and gets to E6, D6. Bishop B2, knight F5, knight challenges the queen from A4, queen comes for a trade. We have a trade of queen. Again, we have double pawns on the B5 for Abigail. Similar idea we saw earlier. And we got some trades here. Then the pawn is captured. Uh, an open fire on the C side of the board. The king is expected to dock. The rook might come there. But what happens to the king side is anyone's guess. So we see development here in a strange way. We have paired of rooks and paired of minor pieces. This game is taking a totally new turn. So as expected, yes, the rook from A is now on the C file, taking advantage of the open file, and we have the king came up. Let's say why did the king come up? Because we were expecting this move, knight check, but knight check will be taken care of by uh, pawn takes knight and then pawn takes bishop. Then this bishop will protect the pawn, drop back, and we'll see something there f4. In the case, there will be a pass pawn here that Abigail doesn't want to deal with. So she chose to come up with a king to discourage that fall. And now we see pressure on this. I was asking earlier why is she putting pieces on files that are close, but now that I'm viewing it from this chess board, it's justified because you do not want capture on this, even though it's protected by the bishop, or you might want to do something else with your bishop. So another protection file. It's also possible that she wants to keep the pawn structure in place to do a rook lift on this side of the board or on the king side of the board and follow it up with the second rook. So we never know, but this is a future in Georgina's game now that we have to get used to. Regularly placing rooks on files that are close. It's something we do not see any theoretical backing for, but it has worked for her throughout this game. And as expected, the rook is being lifted, controlling activity on the second rank, which is a very principled concept in chess. The rook from C back to the A file, and we expect this rook from the GH file to come to the C file. Now, an onslaught on the king side. This is why we saw Abigail in castle because that would mean going to opponent territory without shield, and now we see Georgina attempting to break open the king side of the board. Uh, we have one v1 on the side of the board, and Abigail is now switching play with the rooks, which is an important move. But now this bishop looks crazy because the bishop should have been outside the pawn chain first before placing the rook, and now the pawn and the bishop can guard each other on the side of it. Apparently, she wants to start challenging things down the flank here and switch play totally on. So this is why I will have to ask Georgina, why are we seeing her putting rooks on close? At least this rook on the D1 square is fine, but the rook on E2 is questionable because it's hitting pawns. It's doing great on the second rank, but not so good on the close file. So compared to this rook is better. Compared to this rook is better because this rook is on half open file. So we see a challenge on the bishop. Bishop must drop back, and then the second rook has been lifted from our camera feed, which is faster than the DGT. We see Abigail play bishop with initial square, and then an immediate push a rook to d3 by Abigail and by Georgina. And Georgina is saying, "Well, I'm prepared for whatever you want to bring. Just bring it on." So the bishop has to find a home before the next few moves because things are about to get very busy back here. If the knight challenges this knight, then maybe the bishop will have a home somewhere. Yeah, but how do you get to b6? If you play on the h5, you go to h6. Okay, as expected, the knight is challenging the knight on the edge of the board because you need space in this kind of game. You need space. You need space. So a knight cannot be suffocating you. You want to force the knight to get out, or you get a trade happening on the d6 square. It's all in an attempt to reconnect these rooks, if you don't know, and find an active place for this bishop. But come to think about it, this bishop is not any worse than the bishop that is on b2. B2 bishop just have two squares for one back, one this side, like total of four squares in control. Most of them meaningless. So the bishop will want to come this way and control activities on the side of the board, or if the bishop will plant itself on C on B6, it will be fine. So the two bishops are bad. In short, that's what I'm trying to say. So there's no tactical or strategic advantage here. However, the total space that white has is an asset and that's why you see the engine giving advantage white. Are we going to see win here for white? It will be tail win in a row for the side playing white pieces. What is the move now that Georgina is going to play? She came back with the knight. No, she doesn't want to take. And I guess at this point, Abigail is going to push pawn or play the knight to c6. Let's see what the knight came from again. The knight came for c6, so it cannot go back to c6. So she's probably going to reposition the knight in a place where it can challenge this b5 square. So how to achieve that without losing any move? Of no, she went for a rook check, and we expect to see the liberation of the bishop after that rook to g1 check. Rook to g1 check. King to c2, and then Abigail planted the rook, and now we see the king going up btd, which is not a good square for king. King is a royal material. You have to treat him with royalty. Yeah, you need to respect the king. You can't place the king on a square that be in a way there is no light square bishop in the game, but remember the knight is still alive. As limited as the knight may be in scope, the one thing the knight has that the bishops will always envy the knights for is that they are capable of controlling both colors on the board. So if a knight can control the light color and the dark color, you have to be careful when the knight is around where you place your king. So there is no light square bishop to worry about, or knight can still hit you if you are not careful. Sorry. So I see Abigail play a move here. What move was it? Okay, she play okay h5, and the knight move. Oh, I feel like a blunder has been made. I don't know. Oh yes, the two pieces. The two pieces are trapped. A blunder, a blunder, a blunder, a blunder, a blunder. Oh, she trapped. She missed the knife, which is oh yeah, the two pieces. The two pieces. She missed that. So she just lost a piece, and we going to see a win here for Georgina because this is not a blunder one can record from easily. She missed the fact that the rook was also attacked. She didn't know that that attack was also on the rook. She thought that it was just on the knight. So again, tactics is concluding the game here. So we see a win here by white, and Georgina needs a draw after this win to become 2024 National Women Chess Champion. So if this is the end of the game, we know that it has been an incredibly interesting match so far. But with these two, you never say never because they are unwilling to let go. If one person wins, the other person comes back with even better game. But Georgina just needing a draw now to conclude matters. I don't expect to see any slip from her. If it happens, I will be really surprised. If that happens, I will be surprised. But as we saw in this game, Georgina followed her style. She played on the king side, and she got an easy win. She did not fall for the trick from Abigail to play on the queen side of the board. So we yeah, this was a mistake. So let's go back to where the error was made. We saw Abigail playing when the king came onto b3. Georgina Georgina removed the knight from the path of the bishop. But Abigail did not pay attention to why that move was made. She just played the rook, And when this came, I expected her to check, and at least get something from it. You don't just go down without a fight. She a check. She was going to deal with a move like this, and then maybe check. I mean, come down. But no, this didn't happen. So Georgina is going to win this one easily, or full rook is too much. You don't come back from a mistake like this. So after this attack, Abigail moved the knight instead of the rook, and then she lost the rook. The bishop will leave the board soon, and well, this game is done. It's just a matter of time now. So we just go on live board, live camera feed, and get to see the finish from the current women national chess champion. Enjoy from there. What is this? It's like Georgina is misplaying the. No, the game is a win for Georgina, but she's trying to make it complicated. A game like this should not be complicated. You liquidate, get all the pieces of the board, and go for the win. So now Abigail is trying to ask, oh, that's check. Never leave check available on the board for your opponent. Uh, what does she do here? She stays with it. It's really terrible. So Georgina is trying to solve tactics with tactics and take the bishop or take the pawn. Take the rook is wrong. You get a point on you. And what do you do here if you're Georgina? You have to play a move that must be able to win you on the spot. So you take the bishop, you lose the rook. You take the pawn, I think it's the best way to go because you have many pieces still playing for you, but you do not want a rook and a pawn and a bishop in your backyard. Well, it's still a win for Georgina, but what's the path to victory? Yeah, in our broadcast, we don't want to be using the engine, so Georgina has a path to victory here that she must find. If you let go the rook now, I think my best guess would be capture, capture, and you have one, two, three pieces. We have three pieces, but then the pawns are too many, and this one is a passer. This pass pawn might win you the king, but you have to deal with moves like rook check, followed by knot, and a lot of things will happen at the back end. So I think these are the things that Georgina is concerned about. And if she's taking it long to calculate, it means that there's a potential for blunder. That's how you blunder in speeches. You second guess yourself, and then you start to make moves that are outside the order of normality. You do not want that pawn to remain, that's for sure. The pawn cannot stay on the board. The pawn should not stay on the board no matter what you do. You have to let go. You have to let go of the ropes. You cannot keep the rook as an advantage right now. You give the rook up for the pawn, and that's the way to win the game. Game continues. So, well, if you are watching this game, we have a critical moment here for Georgina. You can give your move as she's searching for it. What do you think Georgina should do? Capture the bishop, capture the rook, or take the pawn? What do you think? It's a critical moment, and Georgina is winning. Let's get it clear. She's winning, but her move here will seal the victory, turn it into a draw, or give a win to her opponent. This is how difficult chess can be. When you are clearly winning in other sports, in basketball, if you are leading by 30-point margin in the fourth quarter, oh, she took the bishop. She took the bishop. Oh, okay. I think she's trying to do it through tactics. Now the pieces will leave the board quickly. Now, when the knight leave the board, what do you do if the knight leave the board? The knight leaving the board is not a check, and the bishop is going to hang. The knight leave the board is not with check. The bishop is going to hang. How do what's the counter play here for Georgina? I see the game is hard, but what's the counter play here? The hope is in the pawn going down to queen. Okay, she attacking the pawn from the base. She attacking the pawn from the base, but the bishop is controlling a critical file that the knight cannot protect the pawns from the back. So, and that rook is threatening. The rook is threatening to take the pawn from the f6 square, but you can also play a critical pass pawn here with a check. Yeah, but then after taking the pass pawn for check, you cannot sit behind this pawn because the bishop is too nicely placed. So what do we do here? If you are Abigail, what's the move? Uh, Prepare for a check on the king, or just go for check right now, or try to protect. You cannot even protect this pawn, so it's order the move. It's order the order. So you have to plan your move here as if you go for the check. Yeah, go for the check, and no, not just that. You need to. Georgina is winning in any case. And now we have 6 minutes for Abigail to 11 minutes for Georgina. This is where chess becomes an exercise on your nervous system and all that, because the brain is functioning around this. The blood is circulating fine, and you are also feeling a bit nervous about what's happening. But if you can calm down and find the right way, anyone can make mistake when the tension is high. As we've seen from the two players already, anyone can make a mistake. So it's all about now this pass point running down the board. How do you stop that from being a problem? You have to find a way to put your rook behind the pawn. And your rook cannot sit on the h2 square, I mean the f2 square. Your rook cannot do anything like that. So best bet to be find a way to control this file, and now she's losing so much on the clock. No, right now the score is 1-1. This is yeah, just read that one. This is a tight position, and to protect the combat tactic is difficult. So it has to be two other means. I or check now will buy you time and stop your clock from running. The clock is running too fast, and you need to find a way to start clicking this pawn. So I think she's calculating getting the pawn with the king as one of the options. Yeah, the check is okay, but you need to step in with your king to be able to provide some corridor when your check comes to get follow up checks. Because one check is not going to do you any good in this case. You need a sequence that will reposition your king to get a face off with the opponent king like this and to get a check. So she went for the back because she needs to control this pawn from behind. The check is not helping. But how do you stop the other pawn? That's the problem. The pawn was going to go down. She found a way to control one pawn, but now the other pawn is coming. The second pawn is coming. You cannot even stop that pawn because the bishop controls that square. Oh, the game is done. She misplayed it. The game is done. The bishop controls that square. It's not just about the rook. You got to worry about the bishop controlling this queen square. So there are two pieces. You get past the rook, but you cannot get past the bishop. So I think she missed the chance to check, and now the game is done. I can tell she knows it already. The game is done. So this whole idea of placing her rook down to G1 and allowing the opponent to hit her with the knife is like a blind spot you have in game when you do not play chess regularly. You just move pieces based on principle. This is what's happening to Abigail in this speed chess tiebreak. So Georgina is going to go up 2-1, and game four is going to be a must win for Abigail with the white pieces. I don't see at this point any way for a miraculous salvaging of a point. Yet, see how bad things have gotten. If you, yeah, if you move the knight, you will not be in town. Let's just say knight to a3, play it, come out with a check, attack the rook. There's nothing you can do here. This is coming in at a point. You're forced to take it, and you cannot battle. You cannot battle. Okay, no, you take on the bishop. You cannot battle the rook and the bishop just with the knight alone, dealing with two pawns on opposite side of the rook. So she was playing the game nicely until she misplay the rook on the back rank. So this check came with a tempo, and no need to push h far at this point. You need to coordinate the advanced motion of your pieces. First of all, there is absolutely no explanation for not sitting on e7 for too long. The d5 pawn is gone. You already ignored that code. So you not needs to come to c6 and start putting pressure on the center. First of all, the bishop is not playing, then the knight is not playing, then you give an opportunity for the knight. So this is where she displayed. After this, she should have calculated why is my opponent playing? Is it just to put the knight on c5, or is there anything to it? And then you're going to see that there's a knife coming, and I need to move one of my heavy pieces. You already have your pawn advanced, so a simple move like this was going to solve this problem as a way of doubling up here. So that game is gone. She's just trying to use the clock as an excuse. So there's no move. Best move would be to resign right now, and she's not willing to proceed with a handshake. So we will set up for game four, which will be a must win for Abigail with the white pieces. So we have so we go back to the live position, and Abigail is finding a way to save this game, which is not possible with 40 seconds against 11 minutes. So she will just let the clock run here, and that will be all we have for game TD. Well, it was a nice game up to the point when the critical error occurred on the board. So we are in a situation now where after game TD, Georgina just needs a draw. She finally won. This is why she should have played when she had that position. Instead of moving the other pieces, she should have moved the knight, I mean the king ever since, but now she's moving the king. It's late. Let's go back to the knight position. She, she no. Okay, she moved the king. This is the live position. And right now, you're going to have a point on the board, like it or not. You have a point on the board, whether or not you like it. And you have to give your rook for pass pawn. How do you get the other pawns off the board? Is anyone guess? The knight is there, but can do nothing. Forget about the time. The time is just an excuse here. The game is going to be won by the presence of these pass pawn. Even if you give 1 hour to the side that is down, there's no way to save this game now. Single piece, a minor piece cannot fight two pieces when one of the two is a major piece, especially when one of the two pieces is a major piece. The rook is too strong. Even the rook v knight with 2 pawns on the board is enough. The presence of the bishop is just an appetizer. There's nothing you can do. So the trick here now, which Georgina will definitely see, is to check and collect one of these pawns. But now you might be faced with a move like this, or something that will trap your knight. But Georgina will not let go of the pawn. Okay, she protected her pawn as expected. She has protected the pawn. So what do? The pawn is about to march down the board. Your pawn needs down, and one of the reasons why the rook move is not just to protect the pawn; it's also to allow this bishop to hit you with a skewer. So now you're forced to check to gain tempo and maybe come back and start pushing your pawn. But there's nothing to this because the time is up, flag is up, and while they're still playing, the arbiter needs to stop again now. But Georgina is calculating; she's not paying attention to the time. Abigail has seen the time and it's done. So they call it a day here, and that is the end of this game. Georgina is just a draw away from defending her championship successfully, which is something a lot of people didn't believe a few days ago when she was down 3-0 in the match. What a turn of event. We are just at the end of game three of this 4 game playoff match to break the tie because we could not get a winner in the classical session which ended 4-4. So we will go to our live camera here and take a break as the players recess and the arbiter prepares for game 4, which should be the last game in this incredibly interesting match. So we saw wonderful chess up to the point where the mistake was made. So I will want to just quickly review this game while we have time. Uh, let's go to our analysis goes. So it started e4, e6, d4, d5. E5, the extension of the pawn, bishop f5, bishop e d3, queen captures back. So we went to a familiar structure that they have played many times, but Abigail chose here to capture on the d5 and not on the b5. So the critical difference here we can assess a little, but I think this was the beginning of all the battles. So and Georgina put pressure on Abigail again. I think for the third or fourth time in this the match, proposed the trade of the queen that leaves her with a weakness on b5. So how many times do you do something and learn from it and change? So this weakness on b5 will immediately be attacked by a knight that will force your knight to get back to a7. This is where I say chess imitates life. You keep making the same mistake, life keeps punishing you. You have to make adjustment or change something. So this is not the first time we have seen trade of queen on b5. So after here, immediately the knight attack the pawn, and now your knight must do something crazy, and you lost the pawn on b5. So we saw a couple of moves building up on different sides of the board, and Georgina keep defying the odds, proving the point. First, this bishop is now buried, as we say in chess terminology, is useless. If this bishop had gone the other side, the only thing to fear is this knight will have an purpose, but you still have time to reroute the bishop and take something. But if the knight sits here, how do you defend these 2 pawns on the edge? For instance, if you drop back, the knight plays d6. You have to worry about the b6 7 pawn and the f7 pawn. Therefore, she remains in touch with the square, so he can trade off the knight immediately if he lands there. Because the knight was stubbornly there, she had to push her own knight back to propose a trade. After this, she kept the knight there instead of playing something that will, I don't know, take the knight back or get the knight from the flank. I was expecting knight to c8 to b6, which will still be the same thing or something else. But now the the lack of space forced her to get into some awkward position. But the idea to check from the back was not so bad, and then she pushed from the front, and the pushing of the h5 pawn is where she started going wrong. First, the knight relieved itself, and she forgot that her two pieces were on the same diagonal, and none of them controls the diagonal. Here, a simple recognition of this will lead to many things. One of many things: rook to h4. G4 solve a problem, or you just come forward with your knight, and you can reposition your knight for other things to come. But she missed that, and she decided to move forward with the move forward with the rook. So what if Abigail play a move like, yeah, rook to b1 will not work because after an attack on the rook, you move the rook. But where will you move it? Now maybe to h1, then this bishop knife will not work. You just simply play your knife up. But she missed all of that. She even forgot that the rook was on g1. Forgot totally that the rook was on g1. So even after the knife gain, she only saw the attack on the knight. If she had seen the attack on the rook, she was going to let go of the knight by playing maybe trying with check. And if you attack me here, I try to double before you go for my knight and come back. I will have some funny check against you here. I'll have some activities here against you. Yeah. So she missed it totally, and this was the end of the game. Some players would just resign after missing this. She came with the knight, and the rook went for free, not even a pawn. And you could see from the shape of the body, this was a surprise. So after yeah, it was just a matter of moving pieces and executing the move. Yes. And this was another critical point where she surprised Georgina, and Georgina had to think for a while to decide which move to play, and she smartly went for the bishop. No, she went for a check first, and this is why you don't leave your pieces in check. Because if it were not for this check, which is an intermezzo in between move, it would be a hard question to answer. Say the king was on last square, not the last square. You will be forced to respond by taking this pawn, and now Abigail will be back in the game, or maybe a little bit back in the game. But at this point, it was all good. After taking this rook, she came back, she captured, and yeah, she missed the chance to check, at least collect the material of the board. I will check. I don't like to die hungry, and if you come back, I just hang around for a while until you come and take your pawn and take mine. Then I have one less pawn to worry about. What will she do here? Get out of the way. I step out, push a pawn, and I'm willing to go all the way there. Even this will be terrible. Check. There's nothing to gain from here. Nothing to gain. Well, it was just a loss after that fatal error. So right now, Abigail is in a must-win situation for the first time in this match, and let's see how she bounces back from this. If she doesn't, or draw for Georgina, means Georgina defends her championship. So, well, that's the end of game three. We go now to our live camera feed and take a break as we wait on the players to return for game four.
Are you someone that wants to get into sport or a game that will help you as a student? If yes,
Roberto, you started playing chess as a teenager. What got you into chess?
It was in a ski camp. My colleagues played chess and I became curious and asked, can you teach me how to play this game? And they showed me how to move the pieces. And I just loved it. So I started for myself after the camp, reading books and studying it for myself.
And at that time, how many hours a week would you spend at chess? Either learning or playing?
It was almost daily. I just was sitting in front of the books and going through the old classical games and learned the tactics. Yeah, it was a really new world. And
what
amazing.
Changed for you when you started to play? Did anything change in your life, your ideas, your goals, your choices?
I got some awareness of the fact that I can cause really something. Like I can take a decision and I can cause, and after a distance, after a while, I can see an effect. And this was really amazing and to see.
So when we talk about the strategy of chess, so you're talking about if you make a decision to move a piece, then sort of further down the road of the game, you see the impact of that choice.
Yeah. Maybe even to see it, to see more than your opponent, to see it further and with a nice end.
And would you say then that life is like a game of chess? We often hear that.
There are some similarities, of course. Like in life, you have matter, energy, space, and time. And in a chess game, you have the wooden pieces and you have the same elements. You have matter, the pieces, you have energy, you have space on the board, and time is a really important factor.
How do you believe it's impacted your life and your decisions in real life, not at the game? Did it change you?
Yeah, it's really helped me to focus my energy. I had a lot of energy, but I couldn't focus this energy, and just helped me to just sit down and go into it, jump into the water.
And concentrate. And in terms of career, you've made it your career. You're a teacher of chess and you teach children as young as 4 and 5, I believe. Tell me about why you decided to do that.
During my studies, a friend of mine asked me if I would help out in a new chess school called Chess for Kids, and I did it. And it was a great week, a chess camp. And they asked me, would you like to continue?
Minds in battle. But chess is more than just a board and 32 pieces. When you play chess, your brain lights up. Not just in one area, but across the entire cortex. It activates memory, logic, prediction, spatial reasoning, and even emotional control. It's like a full-body workout, but for your brain. Studies using brain scans show that experienced chess players use both sides of their brain, the left for logic and patterns, the right for intuition and visual thinking. And when you're deep in a game, your brain is doing something remarkable. It's simulating possible futures, thousands of them within seconds. This isn't guesswork. It's training. And the more you play, the faster and sharper these simulations become. Chess also strengthens the prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for decision-making and impulse control. That's why chess players tend to be more patient, more strategic, and better at planning. It's not about intelligence. It's about wiring. Every game you play is rewiring your brain, one move at a time. And the changes don't stop when you leave the board. They echo into how you think, how you react, how you live. Chess doesn't just change how you think, it changes who you are. Some of the greatest minds in the game have shown both brilliance and breakdown. Like Bobby Fischer, a genius who crushed world champions and later spiraled into isolation, paranoia, and delusion. His mind was unmatched on the board, but off it, the same intensity that made him great also tore him apart. Then there's Magnus Carlsen, calm, analytical, emotionally balanced. His genius is quiet but devastating. He doesn't just memorize positions, he feels the game, and that's a sign of deep neural integration. Chess affects children in a different way. Studies show that kids who play regularly improve their focus, memory, and even math scores. But more than that, they learn to sit still, to think ahead, to lose, and try again. It teaches structure. It teaches resilience. It teaches how to live with consequences, quietly, one move at a time. And in older adults, the benefits are just as powerful. Regular chess playing has been linked to lower risks of dementia and Alzheimer's. It keeps the mind active, engaged, flexible. Because chess isn't static, it's dynamic. And so is the brain that plays it. In a world of distractions, chess gives you clarity. In a world of speed, it gives you patience. And in a world of shortcuts, it teaches you to think all the way through. Chess is often called a war, but the real battle is internal. Every move reveals how you process risk, control emotion, and handle pressure. Every mistake is a reflection of your thinking under stress. Every victory is a reward for foresight, patience, and clarity. Your opponent may be across the board, but the first one you face is yourself. That's why chess is more than a game. It's a mirror. It shows you whether you rush, hesitate, second-guess, or trust your instinct. It shows whether you sacrifice too early or protect what no longer matters. It shows whether you can stay focused when the board changes against you. And that's why chess doesn't end at checkmate.
Well, welcome back. We have live feed in the final game of the match, which could be the final game of this National Chess Championship Series because Georgina here needs a draw to be crowned the 2024 Women Chess Champion. Abigail must win on demand, which is not an easy thing to do when you are playing against someone who is tactical, who has ways of getting pieces of the board. And we see the handshake there, the start of the match. So we go for close camera view. We will not do our analysis board yet until we get a couple of moves in. We want to see, we see they are playing very quickly. We're going into, I always say, a familiar structure. This is what happens when the two players know each other. So we see again, early A6, yeah, B3 idea here from Abigail. We saw this in, in two. Yes, we saw that in the two, which Abigail won. So, as you know, the psychology of chess is you do not change until you have a reason to change. Now, Georgina is changing here, shifting because she did lose that game. Perhaps she's from where she made the error and wants to make correction. So that's why you see Abigail is getting a bit of talk because she needs the game, and I guess she's waiting if she have to take on CT. Let's put our analysis board up and see if we have the moves ready for round four. Round four. Are we ready with round four? Gee. Okay, we have round four game board is ready. So we switch here to our multi-view board. We see tension is growing on the C3 square. The tension here is what we're trying to relieve. So the proposed trade has happened on C5. Uh, Georgina pushed C5. Abigail capture. We expect. Oh no, she didn't take on C5. She took on D5 instead. So D5 here introduces new element in the game and more weaknesses on C3. So we have now bishop must come out early, so we have castle because this knight is coming into play. If you take with a pawn, fine, but then you have to deal with the opening of the c5, which should be a nice place for the rook to start operating early. And I expect to see an early bishop to e2, bishop e2, castle, and then maybe bishop back to f1, then the rook rook from f to e1. So Georgina took with the knight, which is not a problem. Now you have to capture with your knight. Knight takes knight. And if bishop capture bishop, you capture with your knight or the point because there's no dark square bishop to worry about. So I guess Georgina idea here is trade all the risky pieces off quickly and be sure of the draw. That's the idea that I would go for if I were in the situation of just get get a draw and win. So Georgina is in a position, the exact position Abigail was in when we went to game 8, where she just needed a draw. Abigail just needed a draw to become champion, and she slipped, and Georgina won that game. Now Georgina needs the draw. So you see couple of trade happening, and Georgina capturing on. This is mistake. Georgina capturing on d5 with the queen. Why the queen? Not the pawn. Take with the pawn and castle. But Georgina decided to go with a risky line. Abigail immediately decides to pound on that. Yeah. Abigail decides to pound on that with the introduction of the rook. A quick rook to c1. And I expect to see castle here anytime soon. I expect to see castle anytime soon. But you first must define where the bishop will. The bishop will have gone immediately to c4 with tempo. And after that, castle ball. Abigail wants to get all the pieces into play as quickly as possible because this is a game in which she cannot afford to lose or draw. Uh, Problem now for black. The king is still in the middle. You're having castle, plus you got three pieces on the queen side to develop. And who do we know that likes queen side pressure? That's Abigail's game. Play on the queen side all day, every day. So if you have weaknesses on the queen side, you know she's coming for them. That's the psychology of chess. You got to stick to your strength and amplify the weaknesses of your opponent. So Georgina now needs to find a move, get a queen from the center of the board. That's why queen takes d5 was not the best move. Queen takes d5 was not the best move because your queen can be hit with tempo in many ways. You have to now worry about rook, rook captures, bishop to d4, bishop to c4 rather, rook to c5, bishop c4, or even bishop to d3 with e4 pawn push. Many things can happen right now, so she has to calculate everything. So we give her a bit of time because right now she needs to do that and then put her king into safety. Well, we can feel the tension in the room, so let's step back a bit and see the faces of the two players who are battling. This is the definition of an entertaining stress. I don't know whether they find it entertaining as we do, but I must admit, the game so far they have given us. Oh, okay. Georgina moves with the knight. She did not panic. She did not flinch. She defends the pawn with the knight. Knight to d7. And she's in fact, no, she did not defend the pawn like that. She played knight to c6. Why knight to c6? Give the pawn away that easily? What's the counterplay here? What am I missing? So 2, 4, 6, 7, 7. So to drop a pawn now, okay, and she just dropped back. She gave the pawn away, and after the capture, she just dropped back quietly with the queen as if, okay, I expected that capture, now it's gone. Let's see what else you do. But that's not all to it. The other pieces are coming. The other pieces are coming. So you give one, you must be willing to give the other. So if this is the way of proposing trade, or she just wanted to lose the tempo and the pawn in the name of king security, then maybe that makes sense because if Abigail next move is not a forced move, then black can just cancel easily and bring the other pieces into play. If you ask the hard questions with the next move, then the opponent will be forced to abandon her idea and play something in response to what the savior are doing. I won't be surprised by a move that challenges the status quo on the king side because the queen side is already damaged. The king side is where things are about to happen. So even a move like yeah, a move okay, no, she aligned the queen and the rook, queen the rook align. Let's see what's the intent in that. Aligning the queen and the rook. Is this a way of saying I'm willing to play knight to e5, challenging f6, I mean c6? I don't know what's the meaning of that. And Georgina ignores it and castles. Georgina castles. And is this solving the problem? We don't know. We see a bishop aligning with a queen. And is this where we get to see Abigail breaking through kingside attack for the first time in this match? Are we expecting G4, G4, G5, or G4, H4, then G5? These are possible ideas there for white because right now there is nothing to be worried about from the perspective of white in terms of attack coming from black. But you have now seen the address of the opponent king. You might want to attack it quickly. But again, we all know Abigail is not the fierce attacker. She prefers positional and slow burner chess, or equally dirty. So she might be thinking about keeping the place okay like this for now and challenging the knight. And after the knight leaves the board, try to dock the king up and bring the rook this side of the board and mount pressure while this rook are still undeveloped. That's an alternate idea. So let's see again. Knight plays on e5, knight takes e5, pawn takes e5, queen leaves the board, say to this square, you dock the king up. If you have a position like this, uh, bishop comes here to challenge and also protect. Or in some cases, you can even allow the opponent to take first before you challenge. For instance, you challenge the queen. If you take, then I attack the queen. Or in a bid to put an attack on the g5. So because this move is critical, there where we see how to first long think. But that could happen here But also, you could just play the straightforward classical way of solving your problem. Oh, okay. I talked about this move which she played because it's going to come at any time and neutralize. So she played a quiet A3. A3 is a way of saying if I pose any question to you, I do not want you intervening with tactics because knight can easily come to b4, trying to get one of my control pieces out of the game because the combination of queen and bishop alone in diagonal is something that the black king will be worried about for a long time. So since you have the time, just quietly play. There's no time to play a move like b6 because b6 will lose a piece. So you have time to do that. And whenever you're thinking about swinging or going in with your knight, trying to do other things, there is no more worry about this double attack on your two light square pieces. So Georgina now needs to find a way to get her pieces in the game. Maybe a simple bishop to d7 will do. Who knows? But your pieces must get in the game at some point. So she dropped the knight. She said, no, the knight is under too much pressure. Let's get the knight off there. She took the knight on the other side of the board. And you can see that this side of the board needs defenders. Where the king is located, you need to put more defenders there. So I expect Abigail to play relatively quickly here with the knight to e5, just posing more questions in the opponent territory. um, Knight to e5, you could ride the knight in different directions to create problem for the black king. But now you want to decide if you're castling, if your king is going to sit on e2 and you push all these pawns to the castle king. What you say you do is the next question Abigail must figure out. So the pressure on the knight is gone. The next thing is how are you going to get your other pieces in the game? So what did she do? I see she castled or she prefers to play for king safety, and now the opponent jumps in immediately by kicking the rook away. Well, so this could be relieving the advantage here. And we've seen Abigail uh, in situation where she's in the lead and she let go by neutralizing the position and playing safe and quiet moves. So once you move this rook, you start to think about dropping a pawn. Luckily, she still got a lot of initiative going on, but to what end? The other side to this is if you play a rook and this capture happens, you have a possibility of mounting pressure with what was it? I'm thinking about ways of attacking this rook with tactics. What are the possibilities? You can triple, you can bring the knight in, but I don't see any immediate counter punch. You can attack here, but this rook is going to just slide. And the queen is still defending this, so you don't want to fall for that. But the tricking of this rook here makes sense, a little bit of sense because in some variation, as you attack the rook leaves, you check the rook take, you take. The last rook capture will be forcing you to commit, and there is no side to commit there because the bishop still controls the diagonal, and you might have to force the queen there. In the end, you have uh, a man on piece left, but you need to let's go to live position. You need to decide quickly which side of the board you are going. So now she switches attack to the king side of the board. King side of the board. Psychologically, this is success for Georgina because she's the master of the king side of the board. She knows how to control things on this side. Abigail will be in territory that she's not familiar with or too familiar with. She needs to prove that, well, also know how to play kingside chess. But as you can see, just by castling, the advantage is gone. I think the critical move that Abigail missed instead of castling after the knight drop back was to start preparing pounding on the king side. Start to pound on the king side immediately. I would prefer preparatory move g4 followed by h4 then g5. This side open, the rook belongs here. The king does not belong in a safe corner. Why? Because you need a win. A draw in this situation does not favor you. You need to win at all costs. But to be fair to her, she probably trusts her end game and she wants to take the game to the ending with equal pieces, equal material, no weaknesses. Because remember, you got to play safe while trying to play for the win. You cannot afford to put yourself in a losing position while you try to find a win. So perhaps she wants to keep it open and use a slightly superior thinking understanding. And this is subjective here because there's no way to check whether she understands end game better than Georgina. Finally, the pawn drops. Georgina finally went for the pawn, and we will now see what's the meaning of that that move that Abigail went for. And dropping a pawn in this critical stage of the game is not anything to take lightly. That could be the the defining moment in this game. So if you're going for a sack, you got to be very sure of what is it you are doing before you even put a piece there. I see no tactics here, so uh, again, my tactical vision is not so good. So is she planning a check? Capture would be wrong, so the opponent will definitely go. Oh no, she played a slow version. Uh, G4 is late in my opinion because you've already committed your king to that corner. Plus, you're encouraging the bishop to develop. So she just played G4, and I'm not sure how useful that is. So let's go G4. It looks provocative, but the fact that this bishop is coming anytime soon, well, if the bishop comes, you can challenge it. You can push a pawn, or you try to trade off the bishop. Again, you drop another pawn here, but you got to be sure that your king side attack is something to write home about. Otherwise, you lose the game before your attack even matures. So everyone knows that I'm a fan of attack, but not with pawns. Uh, Pawns are good for the breakthrough that will lead to the attack, but I like the attack with pieces, and she had her pieces aligned on the c5 moments ago. So bishop is in the game. So instead of playing that, what if she had played the bishop? No, not even the bishop. King goes up first, and queen takes another pawn, then you attack the rook. If that happened, this rook will be struggling for air. No, no, no. It won't happen, sir, because that will be a trouble for peace. So let's stay with the current position. We see a very risky play here. Your king is cut off, the diagonal is open. Uh, the queen will drop back soon to provide support. Okay, Georgina challenges the queen left the open file, and we see this game is turning around slowly but surely. This game is turning. How do you take advantage of your rook that is stuck here? this rook here could end up being a liability if you are not careful with your move order. But Georgina will be under pressure too. But chess is a game played by two persons who have feelings and emotions. You don't feel comfortable when all the pieces are bearing down on you like this. You feel a bit of pressure, and that pressure can translate into some kind of inaccuracy or mistake, and the game could be decided as such. So, all Abigail wants to do here, playing white, is to just get G5. If we can give G5 on sale, she will pay anything for that move. Yeah, G5 is the move she's searching up, but G5 doesn't G5 give the knight the option to okay a little bit? Because I'm not so sure that if diagonal opening is something I want to live with for a long time. We have to shut it off very soon. So we have to find a way to liquidate something. So let's say Georgina wants to blockade. There's no moves here for the knight. You need to drop down with the queen to issue counter threat like this. Well, if you're doing that, if you drop down with the queen, for instance, to do a move like that, uh-huh. She dropped down with the queen. You see? No, she pushed the pawn. She pushed the pawn on the knight. This looks dangerous to me. This looks dangerous. This looks dangerous. It looks dangerous to me. You don't play like this. You have too many holes now in your system. You don't do this. Too many open. So even a simple move like knight, the knight comes up. Even a move like this will give you a problem because right now, say you can even afford to do something like this, but you do not want to leave the diagonal open just for this. Oh, she checked first. So Abigail check instead of doing all of that. Check first, uh, check, and then the king must go. And now you have the possibility of trading off the knight for the queen. And now, but you now deal with the queen coming into play. You're inviting the queen. You're inviting the queen, and this is a draw or a win for Georgina. This is not a false win. You do not go for these trades. Oh, this now looks like a draw or a win for Georgina because everything is going to be coming down on this diagonal, this place that is open. Anyway, chess is a game of chances. So you have to. She just needed to be patient, yeah, without going even with a check. Just be patient and change. No, I was thinking you play the bishop on the other side of the board and force the opponent to come for the defense of this pawn. Then you can go in with the other piece. The queen going into this was better. So now it's like a draw or a win for Georgina. In either case, you will take any one of them very happily. So now if you went in with your knight, let's say the queen draws back. So she left the queen there and she pushed a pawn. You will be forced to trade some materials over there now. You're forced to trade some materials because at any time the queen is going to uh, oh no, this is done. It's a win for Georgina because your pieces cannot remain in there. If you sacrifice here or capture, the queen is already on the second ring. Now you see the bishop is entering your territory. The bishop is entering your territory, and this win or draw for Georgina will mean the end of the match. And how can you retreat? How can you retreat? How can you retreat? There is no retreat here because even and the rook again, the rook is trapped. The rook is trapped. The rook is trapped. The bishop is trapped. The queen is trapped. All these pieces are trapped. You cannot move anything. You cannot move any piece. So this is how we come to the end of this 2025 2024 National Chess Championship Women's Edition. It has been an interesting and incredible match between Abigail, Karyah, and Georgina Sackie. So Georgina just needed a draw, and we can see in this game with the overcommitment from Abigail is going to be a clear win for Georgina Sackie, who just needs a draw. So if you let go of the pawn, if you let go of the pawn, you are not going to survive the the entrapment of the rook. And if you struggle to get yourself out of that position, you will lose on the clock. So again, this is the end of the match. I'm very certain of this. Well, we all know Abigail had her chances in the classical edition. She was in the lead by 30 points, but then she slipped up and let it to play away. She lost that 30-point lead. Even in the last two games, she had a 1-point lead, and then she slipped again. So, well, this is, all long road must lead to an end point. So, this is the end of that long road. So, there were many chances to play G4 earlier on, and we even talked about it to play G4 when she had the build up on the king just before castle. She she should have played G4, G4, H4, and pound that place before even putting her king anywhere. Imagine in a position where you play G4, yeah, you get kicked out. You don't even need to stay on the fifth rank like this. You can drop back. There's no dark square bishop, and continue to push H4, and continue to push H4. So the opportunities were missed here, and for now, there's no way to come back. There is no way to come back from this because you're going to see. Does she play? Okay, she moved the king. But you could get a check on the king, check with the king also. And a trade of queen is coming. We expect Georgina to propose a queen trade. That is why you do here if you need. What did she play? Georgina went for check. Okay. Yeah, tactics favors the brave, so that's how Georgina plays. She wants to be able. I expect I expect her to end the game here, just get the queens off the board. Why is Georgina still keeping the queens on the board? Yeah, because all the pieces are trapped. There's no way to find a good move. And this is where she keeps thinking, and then she ends up losing on clock. I can bet, but right now she's not looking at the clock. Oh, she went up, and you got more pawns coming in your throat. More pawns coming in your throat. More pawns coming down your throat. I can step the rope up now. You've done wow. How many seconds? I can see from here almost around 10 seconds. So and the clock is going to be the key factor now. The rook, okay, she played rook to g1. Yeah, so just rook to f6. Rook to f6 now. Georgina already seen it. Georgina doesn't miss these things. Rook to f6 wins the game, but she has time, so she can think about it. Rook to f6. What can black do in that case? Yes. Capture the rook quickly and save time. Capture the rook quickly, save time. Then you capture with pawn or rook takes h6, and maybe you survive. The time is flat. Okay, that's the end. So congratulations, Georgina Sackie successfully defends her championship. This is how we come to the end of this match, and Abigail overpresses in a game in which she needed to win on the mat, and she lost the tiebreak. We want to say again, congratulations to our national champion, Georgina Saki, and this is a heartbreaking loss for the former champion Abigail Karyah. But they are both very young, so they have a lot to learn from the games they played so far. And again, we want to do a quick recap here. There were points where Abigail had chances in the middle game, but didn't capitalize on it. Uh, she had points here after this mistake from Georgina. She needed to develop her bishop quickly and get her pieces in the game. But the critical move she found, which was very impressive, acquire ATD stabilized things. And at this point, you know the game is a must win. You start to push on the side where the opponent has castle. G4, H4, G5 was the way to go. But then she castled. For me, this castle is where I think the match was lost. So after castling, she still had chances, but then swinging the lone rook on the king side was not going to make the pot. You needed more pieces there. The queen finally took the hanging pawn on a3. She moved in with g4 of the later g4, and that came in. Queen drops back, maintaining the alignment with the bishop, the battery, and then she went in with the check. This is the last error, I think. At this point, you go in with the knight. I mean, one would even consider going the knight attack, the knight attack the rook here. If you move to the second rank, I collect material and keep hustling along this diagonal. If you do, if you come this way, I take the knight, I take the pawn on f6 pawn, g take f6. Then you can do things like capture, and and this whole side of the board will be open. But she went too quickly and took with the check and force the matter here. You do not force wins. You force the opponent to resign or not to force the win. Yeah, I think this is where the game was lost because all the pieces got trapped here. Even here, relieving the stress with the bishop coming back is recommended in some lines. You will want you want to be able to swing your bishop back, no, because this is a problem here hanging down your neck. You want to bring your bishop back, trade it for the or this other bishop, and be able to get your point into that space. Yeah, but this was an interesting game. Even in this position, if you what did she do? She captured the queen dropped back. The move here, I think she was considering was something like this. If you capture, check, check, but the queen is in town to save the day. So this is not working. And clustering all the pieces on the king side of the board was a terrible idea. And we see this is the end of the match from the women side of thing, and we want to say congratulations to our women champion. She has defended her championship successfully, and sorry to Abigail Kaya. We need to try and bounce back next time. Congratulations again. We want to say congratulations to the two players. They played very well. Uh, these are 14, no, 12 games were interesting all through the 8 games in the classical round and the 4 games in the tie breaks. They were all interesting. So on that note, we will say thanks for following the broadcast. We look forward to you joining us as we go to our General Assembly this weekend. Thanks for watching, and it's bye bye from our end. Cheers.